Alright, bitches, we are back. And remember, we have been working on the Gungaga region. Trying to get all the stuff done. Before we do much of anything else, once I am in a position to start playing, I'm going to make an attempt. It may end up being a bad attempt at beating Kujata as a summons. Since I just recently got to a point where that is possible, I think. Because I have faced him a few times. If you've been following along, watching me play, you'll notice that I have faced Kujata on several different occasions, and I've actually done quite well. Now that I have the third thing done, I think I stand a pretty good shot of being able to go in and beat Kujata. Oh, God damn it. There we go. So, gotta kind of be honest. The accuracy of costumes, new He-Man film, very refreshing and positive and appreciated shout out by the company that made the movie. Frankly, I've gotten sick and tired of them making movies or shows based on established franchises, or shows that are like, you know, comics, old cartoons, you know, mangas, etc., where they are less than accurate on the designs. And while, of course, costume designers certainly took a few liberties here and there, made some changes that weren't part of the original costume designs, I actually didn't mind it so much. For instance, Beastman. Always been a hairy guy, but he's never been like a super tall, massively muscled guy in a cartoon. Like, he was about the same size as Skeletor or He-Man, to be perfectly honest. He just wasn't that tall. In the new movie, this dude, like, I don't know exactly who the actor is, but holy shit. Homeboy is huge. Like, he's got to be at least 7.5 foot tall. I think minimum. Fucking towered over basically everybody. And honestly, I was down for it. Not gonna fucking lie. I dug it. Because realistically, I think it made a lot more sense. I mean, given who Beastman is supposed to be. He's a humanoid beast type character with essentially control over animals. He's supposed to be big, powerful, and scary as fuck. And goddamn, the way they did him in the movie, it fit that bill 100%. I was absolutely surprised, but pleasantly surprised. Another change that they did, He-Man's costume. They modified that a little bit. So they've got him, instead of just like the furry shorts, which is what he usually wears, with the breast shield thing, the chest shield. They modified that a little bit. Now he's got kind of like a mini kilt almost. At least that's what I want to call it. On over the furry shorts. And the chest bit has this unique redesign that I actually kind of liked. I thought it looked pretty cool. Thought it fit pretty well overall. Now, in every other iteration of He-Man, they had, he's always had this chest emblem. Usually it looks like at least a little bit like an H. This one had the emblem on the chest, but it looked like a stylized cross made from what appeared to be perhaps a ruby crystal, or at least a faux ruby. It was this really cool, kind of bright, kind of darkish red colored crystal-like substance that, instead of looking like it was literally built into the circle in which the emblem is held, this one looked like it was inserted after the emblem circle itself had been finished off. It was kind of like a post-design choice, almost. Because you could see, like, where they cut in the section to emplace this crystalline, like, emblem as part of the design process. You tell it was definitely put in after everything else was finished. And I thought, when I first saw it, I kind of thought I'd hate it. But looked at it a minute and like, nah, I don't hate this. I actually love it. I also kind of appreciate the outfit for Teela. I appreciate that it was less the kind of sexy slut outfit from the original He-Man. Basically a one-piece, like almost a bathing suit, like one-piece outfit that was way too goddamn tight, with kind of a Cobra style motif.
This one goes out to my friends up here, specifically Bald Mountain, Ontario. So the backstory here is the restaurant there, his family was in there. Allegedly walked out paying.
That looked cool, but looked slutty.
The gentleman you saw there, the waiter, he wasn't their waiter, but their waiter was afraid to confront them. Staff management suggested that he go out because he was so went out to go like, hey, you didn't pay your bill. And then this guy just loses his shit.
But yeah,
As he got physical with them, they told him a lot of threats of violence.
like the costumes were spot, like really, they were spot on. I really like that was one of my most favorite parts of the entire movie was the costume accuracy. I was just so proud of the studio behind it. Because if you think about it, for a long time, costume accuracy, or really any real degree of accuracy at all, simply wasn't in the cards when it came to making films based on established things like comics or manga or video games or what have you. Like if you go back and you look through the 90s, like that's when it started to kind of go to the point where they started trying to be accurate on that kind of thing. But if you look at like the 60s, the 70s, and the 80s, they did not give a fuck about accuracy of any kind, to be honest. It was all about pushing shit out to make money as quickly as they could fucking manage it. And it created so many disasters. I mean, there was basically every live action Marvel from the 60s to the start of the 90s. Like all of it just, well, almost all of it just fucking terrible. One of the best and most accurate was a little known gem called Generation X that most people don't realize got made. That actually turned out way better than expected. It wasn't great, but it was pretty damn good overall, all things considered. A few other gems here and there, surprisingly, during the era. But not many. Not very many. It really, we didn't start getting accuracy and all that until the first live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle movie and the first live action Tim Burton movie. That's when they started giving a fuck about being accurate about anything. And you have to appreciate that. Like you do. Because it really set a fucking tone. It set a tone for what was to come later when they started doing the MCU and kind of when they started the first attempt at a DCEU. So shout out to the Suhime movie. We appreciate your costume accuracy and all of that. Thank you for giving us the He-Man movie we fucking wanted and that we deserved, and I can't wait for the
It
sequel.
goes without saying that tensions are running high. I'm keeping a close watch on Shinra's activities, but it is unclear how the company will respond. We must proceed with care.
Before we left, she said, "Your mother called 3 weeks ago asking for weekday closing. We supply and eat mornings open. I told her scheduling requests have to come from employees. Still, I went back to my parents' house that evening. Dad opened before I knocked. Had your
Oh, I already got Kujata.
Maya folded tiny socks on the couch. I held up the yellow folder.
Odin I need to do, but Odin has that one attack that keeps
He did not sign anything important. It was a family
just one-shotting me in its entirety. It sucks.
Not bad. Just like that, okay?
Dad's jaw tightened. Mom dabbed her eyes and said, "We were trying to keep things clear." The mediator looked at the signature on the agreement and at my license, then at the payroll form. Signing is neither of them answered quickly enough. We settled before the hearing went further. Dad agreed to return part of the car payment and release the Honda title if I paid a small minor amount. Grandpa offered to cover it. I used the restored payroll money and paid it myself. When the title came to my name, I sat in the DMV parking lot with the paper in my lap and the yellow folder beside me. I asked all that was
Try to catch up on some of this.
Maple Ridge and now I'm on my work at the school cafeteria. For a while, she barely spoke to Mom. Then she started to voice to the
What the hell am I looking for? After a $280,000 wedding, my sister threatened to buy me in front of 300 guests and left. He can't even afford his rent. My parents clapped.
Okay, that was kind of fucked up.
My 70-year-old European husband was in the lobby of her own firm, staring at my name on their
I'll show you what I can do. Get him! One more shot! Here it comes! That's it! Stop it
Damn it.
This is the artistic one.
Yeah.
Honestly, I wasn't sure he'd be able to swing it. You know how it is. I keep telling him, Des, just come work for me. I'll put you can stop.
That is so bullshit.
I'll give her this. Excellent. You can stop.
That thing doesn't miss.
It wasn't a good one for a garage, but the plane landed. It was built to land. I mean it, though, she said, riding the lap. My little brother, 39 years old. She shook her head. Fine.
And I should be able to beat that easily. Oh well. If it is what it is. We're gonna try this one time. But he does have that like insta-kill move which wipes you the fuck out. So he is definitely a difficult target.
Deal with that.
So it's my turn? Here it comes! This one's for you! Go on! Cut!
And there it is.
Then she smiled wider and raised hers back and said, to family, and the band came back in. And the moment did like walk over a gravestone. People will tell you that's the part
I
that should have
just,
hurt.
I don't know how you beat that.
Much. You can only be surprised by a few ones. Here's what they didn't know. Sitting there laughing.
I gather from your expression that you're eager for more. Needless to say, many hazards await you on the road, so take care. I see you've secured yourself a rather intriguing vessel. I hope to create a ship of my own one day. Perhaps even an airship. You'll have to join me on its maiden voyage. If there's anything else I can do for you, please let me know. I'm always happy to help.
I got her royalty, honest, because she negotiated hard and I let her, because I didn't want to fight, because some part of me still wanted to give her something, and I kept ownership. The patent stayed mine. The license ran 6 years, renewable, and renewal required my signature on an extension. That was the only lever I kept. One signature.
Alright, that I don't want to do, but this I do.
Generous Camille, putting her struggling brother on a kind of allowance so he could keep working on his projects. Nobody ever said the word patent at dinner. Nobody ever said Meridian's entire product line. The one they bragged about, the one that put my sister in magazines, ran all my claims under a license that I controlled. The story was simpler the other way. The story was that she made it and I hadn't, and she was nice enough to share. I let them keep the story. It was cheaper than the truth. There was a Thanksgiving, maybe 4 years back, where my father raised a glass to Camille for carrying this whole family on her back, and then turned to me, kindly, and asked whether I'd thought any more about going back to school. I processed the annual renewal on her company's only license 8 days earlier. I said the turkey was good. That was the arrangement, year after year. I kept the patent, and they kept the version of me they liked better. For a long time, the trade made sense to me. It cost me nothing I could see. The 6-year term ended at 12:01 a.m. Monday. I want to be precise, because everything that happened next was precise. Amendment 3 would have extended the term to 2031. Without it signed, the original term simply ran out at its scheduled minute and the license expired, and on expiration, every right reverted to me, and Meridian, which had no other product, no other patent, no other foundation, would have no legal right to make or sell the thing it existed to make and sell. And Camille had scheduled the closing of an $85 million financing for 9 o'clock Monday morning, the day after her wedding. That was the kind of thing she did, stacking her own coronations one on top of the next, because she could not imagine a Monday where the thing didn't go her way. Arden Hill Capital was leading it. The lead partner at Arden Hill was a tan, easy man who had never worried whether a door would open, and as of about 4 hours before she took that microphone, his name was Bennett Crane, and he was her husband. The financing had one open condition. Their own lawyers, Marlowe and Quist, had flagged it weeks earlier, and Camille had waved it off as routine. Confirmation that Meridian's rights to the core patent were secure through the term of the investment. The extension, my signature. She told Arden Hill it was handled. She told them it was family, that I'd sign at the wedding, that it was, in her favorite word, a formality. She gave the document to her own my name. And then, with my name still not on it, in front of 300 people and my clapping parents, she said I couldn't afford my rent. I left her on 11. I didn't make a scene. I shook a few hands, told my mother the cake was lovely, and walked out to the valet stand under the lights, and nobody noticed me go, which is its own kind of evidence about how a person is seen. I drove home, across the river, past the office park on Callaway Mill Road where the Meridian building sat dark except for the lobby, where I happened to know there was a framed copy of patent 10,442,931 on the wall behind the reception desk. First page, my name printed on the word inventor in a font some designer had picked to look impressive to visitors. Camille liked it there. She thought it made the company look serious. She'd never once worried about what it said. I got home to the place over Don Whitlock's garage, which is not a room. It's a 2-bedroom apartment with a real kitchen that I rent because it's quiet and 10 minutes from the lab, and I do not care to spend money proving things to people. And I sat down at the kitchen table and I took the folder out of my jacket. I did not sign it. Instead, I opened my laptop. I had the agreement on file, of course. I'd read it more times than the people who drafted it. Section 9.2. The term expires automatically if not extended by written amendment executed by licensor prior to the expiration date. Section 11.4. Upon expiration, all licensed rights revert to licensor, and licensee shall cease all practice of the patent. Section 14.1. Notices to be delivered in writing to the parties and to counsel of record. I wrote one email. I addressed it to Renee Okafor, Meridian's general counsel, with copies to the partner at Marlowe and Quist whose name was on the closing checklist. I attached a short letter I'd had ready for 2 weeks, because 2 weeks ago I'd already understood which way this was likely to go, and I am not a man who improvises with the only thing he owns. The letter said, in language that left no room, I am the sole owner of United States patent 10,442,931B2. I will not be executing Amendment 3. The exclusive license agreement will expire by its own terms at 12:01 a.m. As of that time, Meridian Bioscience holds no rights under the patent. I do not consent to any continued practice of the patent. Future communications should be directed to my counsel. Copy here. I read it twice. I changed one word. I sent it at 11:43 p.m. Then I forwarded a copy to my own attorney. Yes, I have won. The red jobs notwithstanding, and I sent a certified version to the client service I set up that afternoon so there would be a timestamp record that did not depend on anyone's activity. The system gave me a confirmation number. I wrote on the back of the inside form, the embedded address. There was no program waiting on the other side of midnight. I knew that better than anyone, because I built the thing they never recorded. I gave them exactly what patent that mattered. It was mine. There was no second formulation in the drawer. No parallel program. No clever design that arrived in the same place without crossing the claims. I drafted those claims wide on purpose, 11 years ago, on a credit card, in rented space, precisely so that no one could ever someday stand in a lobby and call my work for an hour to keep making it sound like what is the patent? A license at all. That is a pain. It is a negotiation. It is infringement. And the man who decided whether to sue over it was the brother whose red had been the night's activity. At 12:01 a.m., on the screen, nothing happened, because that is how these things actually work. A license is stopped existing. It stops being done. I made it. I signed it. I started it. His name stopped. That's the one. He didn't say anything for a moment. I heard his shoes on the stone.
Security is still active, but I should be able to disable it remotely. One moment. This appears to be a Shinra training facility. One of several in the region.
Out here in Gonzaga? That's news to me.
The official records were curated to remove all mention of them some time ago. They were last used by General Affairs, auditing.
The Turks.
I've created fake IDs for all of you. Now, shall we see what awaits us inside?
Welcome to the Turks training facility. As you well know, our duties often require that we enter into a high-risk situation.
That's the part I keep coming back to.
Even here, act as though your lives are on the line. Without further ado, I'll brief you on your mission. Tom's Bailey has been breached by armed insurgents, allowing hordes of thieves to overrun the town. Our military is on site. The enemy is utilizing the chaos to establish a foothold. Our mission is to pinpoint their leader's location and apprehend him as soon as possible. This exercise will begin as soon as you are ready. Good luck.
They were faint at best, but I did pick up proto-relic readings during that mission briefing just now.
So, in other words?
In other words, to secure it, you need only lay waste to your simulated enemies.
He started to say something about lawyers. Challenging the agreement about whether I'd properly given notice. I said certified notice last night from a filing service. Timestamp. Copy to the next. The agreement spells out the notice procedure in section 1. I gave him a second. Working on something that can actually be fixed. I heard him exhale. A man's whole Monday leaving him in one breath.
Phoenix site. Attention all units. Engage the monster threat.
She's not. Ever since I got the email.
I'll show you what I can do. That's it! Sorry, but I gotta.
Last line of defense. You must be close. Don't let him escape.
Okay, get him! This one's for you! Get him! This one's for you! Here he comes! He's alone. That'll do! So, you okay? Feeling chilly?
Okay.
Your leader is in custody. I'll escort him to HQ. Very good work today, Carter.
Mission complete. Excellent performance. You'll serve us well in the field. The insurgent leader became radicalized against Shinra following an incident roughly 8 years ago. He believes his home was stolen from him. There are many who hold grudges against the company, and it is our job to remove these seeds of trouble before they take root. This facility will enter power-saving mode. Once you have retrieved your provisions, proceed to the next location.
I've made an incredible discovery.
Whoa, that the proto-relic?
While the image is still quite unstable, the implication is staggering. The proto-relic has been digitized, stored within the
Always believe in
simulation.
putting government ahead of America.
Get it out.
Nobody knows.
Without more data, I can't say for certain. Let's head to the next facility. I'll continue my analysis there.
3 weeks later, she called crying. The will had already been changed. The knife came down against the wine glass. Shot her right, and all the bad people Ferraro's chop house went quiet the way a
Cool.
Everyone has been waiting for permission to stop talking. My mother stood at the head of a long table with her Chardonnay lifted to chest high.
What's this crap about removing the seeds of trouble? They really have no idea, do they? It's Shinra's own fault everyone hates them. What goes around comes around. As it should.
I guess, but the problem is that not everyone in Shinra is bad. A lot of them are actually good people.
You call them good people. Well, I call them enablers. They're why Shinra keeps getting away with it.
I mean, I see where you're coming from.
You do, huh? Glad I could be of service.
Berta smiled the wet, expectant smile of a woman who has already decided whatever comes next will be beautiful. We're still in the box on the side table. This was supposed to be the warm part of the night, before dessert, the part where someone tells the birthday and everyone says well on drinks. I had paid for the room. I had paid for the 4 bottles already. Charged and premium to be left alone. I put on the card without anyone asking, without anyone noticing, which by then was the natural order of things. She turned her glass slowly, looking at the wine and not at us. 60 years, she said. 60 years.
All right, I had to run to the restroom, grab coffee. I'll be right back. Hang tight.
It just takes. No voice would say. She had practiced this. Or something like it. That's what I was to her. 9 years now, and I still wish for her. I'm not going to sympathy. So, get it to my tummy. Exhale, I'm your post. Exhale.
All right.
Lots of Cody's company. Because the world does not stop to accommodate the night your mother toasts your dad. We had a standby rehabilitation made in Officeville due Friday.
Next I want to get to this.
Present in a respirator at 6 in the morning, and I did all of it the way I'd done the drive home.
All right.
My operations VP, Dale Quinn, asked me twice if I was all right because I was being, he said, weirdly calm, and I told him both times that I'd never been better, which had the strange quality of being true. Thursday at 10, I sat across Adrienne Kessler's desk, and she had 3 folders squared in front of her. Walk me through it, she said. I did. I told her to remove the brain palsy from the will in its entirety. Not reduce, remove. No bequest, no token, no letter, nothing that could be characterized as an oversight to be litigated later. I told her to restate the trust the same way. Strike the primary beneficiary, strike the contingent language that flowed to her, strike the cabin bequest she'd been the named recipient of. Kessler wrote without looking up and asked, in the same flat tone, and in her place. I thought about this on the drive and again at the sink and again at 6 in the morning in a respirator, and it had resolved into something simple. I told her the bulk would fund a foundation, the Stennard Foundation, a donor-advised structure for clean water infrastructure in towns too small to
Alright.
themselves, which was both genuinely what I cared about, and not incidentally, the one thing my mother would find most unbearable, because it was useful and quiet and would have my name on it and not hers. A defined slice would go to a tax-advantaged trust for the families of 2 crew members we lost in the field years back, men whose funerals my mother had not attended and could not have named. Dale Quinn would be a stake in the company. There were no children of mine to provide for it. I noted to Kessler, no children of my brothers either. Tony had left a widow, Shauna, who remarried in Arizona and wanted nothing from us, sensibly. So there was no natural heir whose absence would look like cruelty. There was just a clean redirection from a woman who called me a mistake for purposes that were. Life insurance, Kessler said. New beneficiary, the foundation. I have the policy number. I slid the card across. That one's a 4, not a court, she said. Fastest of all. I'll have it submitted today and confirmed within a week. She made it up. Now, the program. This was the part I turned over the most, because this was the part where the person living inside. I own 148 Ardsley Road free and clear through Stennard Holdings. My mother occupied it as what the law would call a tenant at will. No lease, no rent, an arrangement that existed entirely at my discretion and could be ended on reasonable notice. I had never made her sign anything because making your mother sign a lease feels like a small, unforgivable thing. And that small mercy had now, like every other one, curled into the simple fact that I held all the cards and she had none and had never once wondered why the house repaired itself. I want it listed, I said. I want it sold. Kessler set her pen down. Her true quote was the equivalent of another attorney standing in the case. She's living with me. She is. And we do this correctly here. There's a story she gets to tell, she said. And stories of anything she's good at. What you described. We give them notice. Proper notice. More than the statute requires. I'd suggest 60 days to vacate. Deliver in a way that's documented, certified, signed for. Listed for sale now, so as it's tenant occupied with a vacate date. You don't change the locks. You don't shut off the utility. You don't do one simple thing that lets her stand in front of a judge or a church room and say her son threw her out. You do it slow. You do it clean. And you do it on paper. Ruthless is fine. Sloppy is not. Sloppy is how people like our win. I hired her precisely because she taught me that. 60 days, I said. Certified. Listed now. And the monthly transfers. The card. Stop them. All of it. All of it. The household deposit. The lease debt. The property manager. The job will file the day itself. They're not before. I'm not gonna let a friend spare on her house site. But the money stops with this month's. Nothing goes out on the first. Kessler wrote for a while. Then she squared the folders again and looked at me. And for the first time, her flatness had something underneath it that I chose not to examine too closely. You understand, she said, that done this way, she finds out in pieces. The money stops, that's the first. Then the listing goes live and someone sees the sign. Then my office's notice arrives. She gave 3 separate confirmations that if I just ignore it,
No, 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 no. You're thinking Final Fantasy X and 10-2. This one is, this is Cloud and Company.
She said, it took 40 minutes. There is something almost embarrassingly undramatic about dismantling a person's expectations of you. It is a lot of initialing. It is a notary named Pavel coming in from the
Yeah, it's definitely one of the best Final Fantasy games ever created. Like, absolutely. I beat that finally on stream several months ago, and I can tell you, out of games that I've played, especially Final Fantasy games, very few games that I've beaten have given me as much sheer joy to have finally conquered as Final Fantasy X did. I have not beaten 10-2. I do have a playthrough of that going on stream. Slowly working on that. But 10-2 isn't nearly as important to me as 10 was, because 10-2 is basically male fan service. Love me or hate me for saying it, the one thing you can't deny is I'm telling the truth. Because that is what 10-2 is. And honestly, so far I haven't been nearly as impressed with 10-2 as I was with 10. But yeah, 10 was a joy. And you're talking about the minigame called Blitzball, which is, you would think the gameplay and the story and all that, like something like that would be my absolutely favorite thing about that game, but no, I am absolutely in love with Blitzball. Like 100%. Blitzball is the be-all, end-all of Final Fantasy X for me. I cannot even, like, I spent somewhere between 150 and 200 hours beating Final Fantasy X. And I couldn't begin to tell you how much of that time was spent dicking around just playing Blitzball because, you know, why not?
All done.
I must have put at least 40 to 50 hours worth of game time on stream into playing Blitzball. At least. And even if it wasn't quite that much, it was still a lot of playtime. And I've said it before, I will say it again, I will say it now. They need, first and foremost, they absolutely need to make a Final Fantasy game where all you do is play Blitzball. Like, that is the entire point of that particular game. You play Blitzball. That's it. That would be so cool. And then secondly, they need to make like a disc that's kind of like an Olympics kind of game. That has like a bunch of the mini games from Final Fantasy history. Like they could put Queen's Blood in there. Like there's all these things that they could do. And part of that would have to be Blitzball, and it'd be like a Final Fantasy Olympics kind of game. Like, I can't even imagine how much money they'd fucking make on something like that. Like, seriously. They'd get super fucking rich really quickly if they made a game like that. That's just like, oh, hey, look, you're going to come in, you want to play Final Fantasy, but you don't want to do, like, a full gameplay. You just want to play, like a bunch of the cool mini games and shit. That's fine. We got you. We got you. Here's this disc which has like chocobo races and Queen's Blood, and it's all like professional tournament circuit, and you just really get to go to fucking town and, you know, just play all these things that, you know, are basically what is one of the biggest things that Final Fantasy as a franchise is fucking known for, is our various like mini games that we have all over the goddamn place. Here's your disc for that.
Exercise caution. Rare Yachibani variant detected. Commencing
guidance protocol. No vest hurts distinct things. The Gachigani believed to have migrated to these lands.
Like, that would be
There was revered as a sacred
one of the coolest fucking things, game-wise, ever done.
Some suspect it was drawn to the region's Mako deposits. Recent reports suggest the creatures have begun to expand their territory. Their presence has undoubtedly altered the Gaga ecosystem, and I hope you'll assist me in my quest to find out how.
Into my shoes now. The left sole that let cold air in when I walked on concrete. I was 18 years old. That was the whole occasion. There he is, my father said from the kitchen doorway. His name was Dennis Purcell, and he said it the way people say things when they rehearse saying them and are trying to sound unrehearsed. Birthday boy. My mother, Renata, appeared behind him with a dish towel over her shoulder and a smile that had been
Analyze my biological.
So it's my turn? Don't worry, planet's got us.
They've been pushing it something like this for a while. Performative dinners, a check-ins that weren't really check-ins.
And catch! That's it! One more shot! Get him!
Previous spring, that I applied to carry to the state. I had to pass permission.
We'll make it quick.
This one's for you! Sorry.
I'd keep my distance if I were you.
Here it comes! Right, eliminated. Next time, see if you can clear all the objectives, too.
Program 1. Civil engineering job. He hadn't said anything else about it, and my mother had said something encouraging.
Like, I won't lie, I'd pay a ton of, like, they could charge $150 for a game like that, and I promise you,
Considering you're not risking life
the fan base would absolutely turn out for that and pay the money.
aware of the hazards you must
I promise you that.
not only assist you, but use the
And honestly, I want an online game, an MMO, that is Queen's Blood. And I want that for Blitzball too, where you have like seasons and everything, and you compete. Like, this could be an esport thing where you could do like professional league sport and shit. That would be so cool. And I want it for Queen's Blood. 100% I want it for Queen's Blood. Which is the TCG for Final Fantasy, basically. I promise you, that would be such a deep player base if they actually fucking did it. I fucking promise you the players would show up to play it. Absolutely. 100%. Maybe not so much Queen's Blood, but fucking Blitzball. At the very least, they'd do Blitzball. They would show the fuck up for Blitzball. No questions about it. If you did an MMO for Blitzball, I promise you, you will get players. Damn it, not the way I want to go.
Buzz off. Call it lightning.
Your father and I have been talking, and we thought that maybe we could do something small monthly. $50. Or, Mom, 100. We could do 100. I looked at the glass door. The cold was seeping under it across the tile floor. You have $47,000 in Cody's college fund, I said. You don't need to send me $100 a month. Garrett, I'm not being cruel. I'm just saying it out loud. I'm fine. I'm managing. There was a pause. You seem distant lately, she said. I want you to know we noticed that, and we want. I have to go, I said. Study group. I'll call this
Okay.
weekend. I did not call that weekend, because I worked a double on Saturday that went until 8 in the evening, and then I spent Sunday doing laundry and studying thermodynamics.
Old pipeline tower.
I said I'd call it was 10:30 at night, and calling felt like an obligation. I was going to have to manufacture energy for it.
Alright, let's go here first.
Distance worked in practice. It wasn't a wall going up. It was time going somewhere else, to things that were mine. To the degree I was building credit hour by credit hour, and the shifts I was picking up, and the Pontiac's check engine.
Alright.
The apartment I was starting to look at in the fall semester, because the winter was becoming dangerous. Time was the thing I had, and every unit of it that went somewhere had to be taken for somewhere else. And the somewhere else was becoming, increasingly, the performance of the family connection that had turned out to be a conditional contract I hadn't known I was enrolled in until I was 18 years old, and sitting at a table with carnations and good candles, and a cake that said Happy Birthday, Garrett. By March, I had found an apartment. It was on Aldine Street in Delwood, the second floor of
pipeline tower. Tower's front. Look for a mushroom near the back of the opening. It almost has to be this one back here. The rope leading down. A long fucking way down. But yeah, here's where I was trying to get to.
Arrival and objective confirmed. I've disabled the security system. You may use your fake IDs to enter the facility.
One of 6 students in the last 4 years who got full marks on the bridge load problem set. Undergraduate stipend, $1,200 a semester. Goes on your CV. And in my opinion, it'll be useful if you end up in a structural context.
This ends here now.
My Thursday nights were spent in
You're dead. It's on you. Going in. This ends here.
That wasn't so bad.
more frequently in my second year. The cars had a new quality to them. Slightly careful, a degree more attentive, as if they the distance between us and were trying to triangulate it without naming it directly. My father asked about the research position with what seemed like genuine curiosity, though he missed me the first 3 times. My mother sent a package in October, a fleece-lined blanket and 2 boxes of the oatmeal packets I'd liked in high school. And this had said, we're proud of you. In her handwriting, which I had not seen in a while, small and careful and slightly right-leaning. I put the card on the windowsill. I did not know what to do with it. The Thanksgiving conversation happened by phone on the Wednesday before. My mother called me that evening while I was between a lab session and a shift in the car.
Right.
Standing in the parking lot of the Delwood Common Strip Mall in my jacket, eating a sandwich from the bag I packed that morning. Are you coming home for Thanksgiving? She asked. I'm working Thursday morning. I said, Ben does a holiday breakfast. Big service. Good tips. I told her I'd be there. You're working on Thanksgiving. I'm working on Thanksgiving morning.
In your previous mission, you repelled an insurgent attack and captured the enemy's leader.
I stopped to chill for a moment.
As a turn in the field, you must be capable of assessing a situation and making sound judgments.
It's not the same as being there. I know
Now
it's
then,
not the same.
what should be done differently?
Garrett, I feel like you've been, I don't know, distant. Your father and I have been talking about it. You seem so distant lately. The parking lot was cold, and the sky was kind of overcast.
Considering what we know of the situation,
And I had 30
it seems
minutes before
unlikely that the insurgents' ultimate objective was the town's occupation.
Mom, I said.
Which leaves us with some questions.
I seem distant.
Ones only our detainee can answer.
Paused. What? Lately, how long? When did it start?
What?
She didn't
Why?
answer right away. I could hear her moving in the kitchen.
I'll spare you the details.
Cabinet above the stove where she kept
A productive interrogation revealed to us the truth.
a while.
The attack at home was mainly intended to be a diversion,
About a year ago.
one which drew us away from the real target, Junon's project system. Suffice it to say, which I important.
I'm asking you just a question.
They have seized control of our autonomous sentry unit. Your mission is to neutralize the mechanical threat.
We told you that.
Best of luck to you out there.
Birthday dinner with the good candles.
So their mechs were hijacked and turned against them?
I know how you meant it.
Sucks to be them.
I've been sitting here for a year. Not the money I can fix.
It is a core tenet of Turk's doctrine that one must anticipate and prepare for every contingency.
Yeah, they're never caught flat-footed, that's for sure.
I went inside to start my shift and looked at me when I came through the kitchen door and said, 6 hours. I said, something like that. She handed me an apron and didn't ask anything else, which was its own kind of answer. I worked the Thanksgiving breakfast. The tips were good. An older man at table 4 left $40 on a $31 check and a note on a napkin that said simply, keep going. I folded it and put it in my jacket pocket and carried it out to the Pontiac afterward and sat there for a minute with the heat running, the check engine light glowing orange and the dashboard dark. I did not drive home for Thanksgiving. I drove back to Aldine Street and made eggs and sat by the maple tree window, which was bare now, just branches against a gray November sky, and I ate and studied and let the evening be quiet and mine. Christmas I went. 2 days, same as before. Cody had grown 3 inches and had opinions about everything and made me laugh twice at dinner, genuinely, which mattered. I was living as a senior year. Garrett stood on the stage at Carrington State as the top graduate in civil engineering. He had accepted an offer from a respected engineering firm months before graduation. He was no longer worried about rent, tuition, or whether the Pontiac would make it through another winter. His parents sat in the audience. So did Cody. After the ceremony, his father approached him slowly. We were wrong, Dennis said. Not about college, about you. His mother's eyes filled with tears. We spent years planning for what we thought Cody was going to be, and never noticed who you already were. Garrett looked at them for a long moment. The money was never the hardest part, he said quietly. It was knowing...
Enemy unit sighted. They know you're coming.
Neither
The rest is up to you.
Cody stepped forward and hugged him first. The distance didn't disappear. Keep going. He smiled. In the end.
It's on you.
I'll show you what I can do. One more shot! Can you take over for me?
Headed your way. Give him the old Turk's two-step.
When she saw me sitting at the head of the table as the client CEO, the text came through.
Don't give up now, I'm coming! Here it comes! That's that. That's it! You can do it! So it's my turn?
Tomorrow's strategy session. They're concerned about the Davis and Pope timeline. I held up one finger. David nodded and stepped back.
You've got this.
Let's do it. You're done. I'll end this.
Lawyers and investment bankers. Dad.
Let's dance, asshole.
About this. I'll make it up to you. I set my phone down.
I'm coming! Why don't you lead the way?
Taking over. Deal with that.
I'll show you what I can do. So what you keep doing? So let's wrap it up and get back to HQ already.
Disappointment in training. Marcus was the golden child. Varsity athlete. Student government. Early acceptance to Princeton. Marcus had just made partner track
So it's my turn?
Well, I suppose.
How shocking!
Started my first company in 21. It failed spectacularly within 8 months. The family group chat. Maybe it's time to think about grad school. Get an MBA. Something practical. Marcus, I can ask around about entry-level positions if you want to get serious about your career. There's no shame in
Well, you certainly showed them.
I didn't tell them about the
Tell you what,
company or the
I'll report back to stuff. You and Rude should take the night
I
off.
started
You
in my
deserve
student
it.
apartment with $15,000 of savings and a breakthrough algorithm for supply chain optimization that I've been developing since sophomore
All your
year.
efforts were
I didn't tell them when we got our
Remember that.
Oh shit, I meant to put a Pokeball out, but oh well.
Perfectionist.
I didn't tell
The
them
company's armed forces are, without question, the world's greatest military power.
for an interview. I didn't tell
However,
them when we closed
our superior strength could well prove
by the time
our
we're ready to
opportunity.
get our Series B,
If our enemies succeeded in turning assets against
by
us,
Sequoia Capital. I
we
learned
must
something
deny them the
my family
opportunity.
didn't need to know.
And if we
They
fail,
made it clear
we must
to me what my
rectify the
ceiling was.
situation.
I didn't owe them updates on health or
This facility will enter
That
power
things came 2
saving
years
mode.
ago. Marcus brought his new
Once you have retrieved your provisions,
Harvard Law,
proceed to the next location.
practice and Davis and Pope family money that went back 4 generations. Amanda just made senior associate. Marcus announced proudly.
Thank you for your excellent work.
That's incredible.
My analysis is progressing smoothly, but I fear I require more data to arrive at a conclusion.
What?
We had a major
Still not done yet?
tech sector most.
Just a little more.
What do you do? So I work in tech. Fun. Which company? A startup. Supply chain software. I watched her eyes glaze over slightly. That sounds interesting. Marcus squeezed her hand. Sarah's still trying to find her footing. The startup world is tough. Oh, definitely.
About a
Amanda agreed.
in the
We see it all the
butt.
time.
That combat simulator thingy of theirs is supposed to be able to do anything, right? Why do they need more than one?
Subject. That was 18 months ago. Since then, Meridian had grown to 450 employees across 4 countries.
Reserved for them alone. But as an energy-saving measure, they can now only...
And just named me to their 40th.
And in order.
We were in active negotiations to acquire one of our largest competitors. I told them to make us their business in enterprise supply chain optimization, and Davis and Pope was representing the company we were acquiring.
Alright,
I built it because the problem was fascinating and the solution was elegant. And because at 2 a.m. when I finally cracked the core algorithm, I felt more alive than I'd ever felt at any family dinner. But I'd be lying if I said there
Alright, so is this what I think it is? It is. Excellent. Let's see.
She'll be presenting portions of the due diligence findings. I nodded slowly. Perfect. Rebecca appeared in my doorway. You ready for this? TechFlow is trying to renegotiate the earn-out provisions. They can try, I said. Our offer is final. James joined us. I've reviewed everything 3 times. We're airtight. This is the cleanest acquisition I've ever structured. I looked at my team. They worked for 6 months on this deal. Late nights, weekend calls, endless revisions. They deserve to see it close, and they deserve to watch me do it. Conference room day. I said, I'll present the opening remarks. Rebecca, you'll handle tech integration. James, you've got the legal framework. David, make sure their team has everything they need. You're personally presenting. Rebecca looked surprised. I usually let my team lead negotiations while I observed. Today I am, I said, at 9:45.
Alright, this is a facility.
I dressed carefully, not to impress, to remind myself who I'd become. The woman who got excluded from New Year's Eve didn't exist anymore, but the woman who built a $2.1 billion company from a studio apartment, she was about to make quite an entrance. Conference room A was our showcase space. 40 feet marble table, floor-to-ceiling windows, Meridian's logo.
Let's dispense with the formality.
That was the easiest one yet to reach.
I was already seated at the head of the table when they arrived. David opened the doors. Gentlemen, ladies, welcome to Meridian Technologies. The Davis and Pope team filed in first.
Not
3
that I
senior
had
partners in their
any
50s and 60s.
but no matter how
Perfectly
large
tailored
the
suits.
process,
Leather
this
portfolios.
one
Behind them,
never
the associates. Amanda Whitmore.
Hostile forces have infiltrated June and disguised themselves as allies.
Professional. Focused.
We must take care to discern friend from foe, and ensure no harm comes to the President while waiting for helicopter extraction.
The TechFlow CEO.
Make us proud, friend.
Enter next. Silver hair. Distinguished. Clearly
Oh, can I be a bad guy?
Shall we?
David gestured
Sure.
to the seats.
Just watch who you're shooting, okay?
This chin will be starting shortly. That's when Amanda looked up. Her eyes scanned the room professionally, cataloging faces, and then landed on me at the head of the table. I watched the recognition hit. It was like watching a system crash in real time. Her tablet slipped. He caught it. Her mouth opened slightly. Sarah, she said. The senior partner next to her, Lawrence Whitfield, frowned.
Alright, I need to go to the bathroom, grab crop before we do this, so hang tight!
Listen, she didn't move. This is a room had gone very quiet.
Alright, motherfuckers. I'm back.
The view, the size, the Meridian logo on the wall, the framed Fortune magazine cover with my face on it. Sarah, she said quietly, "What is this?" "This is my company," I said. "Meridian Technologies. I founded it 6 years ago." 6 years. She sat down slowly in the chair.
Alright, get to unplug my controller. That's good.
You said you worked in tech at a startup. This is a startup. It's just a successful one. Again, processing. Marcus said, "Amanda met you in a boardroom. You were running a meeting." Buying Technical Solutions, $840 million. Davis and Polk is representing them. Amanda's firm. Yes, Mom's hands were shaking.
Enemy vanguards advancing on your position.
She said,
Be ready to intercept.
He thought she was confused. He thought maybe you were someone's assistant and she had I told her I worked in tech at a startup. That's true. But you didn't. I kept her That's not fair, is it? When I got into MIT,
I held them off for as long as I could, but there's just too many. They're all yours now.
he sat back. Once he decided I was an embarrassment, I just stopped. That was the whole point. You know, she told
We'll get there as fast as we can. Just try to hang on till then, okay?
Jesus Christ, Sarah, hello, Marcus. This is your actually you didn't finish sentences. Amanda said you were the you know, I'm This is when you're ruining things with her family. Then you have a choice to make. You stared at me. What choice?
You're alive.
Successful sister.
Then none the worse for wear.
He didn't need to be unsuccessful in the first place. He left without answering. The next 2
This
weeks
way,
of chaos.
Mr. President.
Amanda requested a transfer to Davis & Oak's D.C. office. The firm granted it. Lawrence Whitfield sent me a formal apology for the disruption and a bottle of wine that cost more than a
A
coffee.
stellar
Thankful I positioned
performance.
closed without incident.
You
Richard
earned our
Morrison sent me a
bonus.
handwritten note thanking me for honoring his
Whatever
legacy.
you
Marcus
desire,
and Amanda
just
both had their
ask,
engagement
and
party.
it's yours.
The family group chat went silent. Then on January 18th, I got a text from Dad. Dad,
Mission complete.
just you and me.
Our president is the heart of the company. He cannot be replaced. It is vital that we keep him from harm, even if it costs us our lives. Keep that in mind on future missions. This facility will enter power saving mode. Once you have retrieved your provisions, proceed to the next location.
$1,000 in your apartment, studio apartment, 400 square feet. While we were you trailed off while I was telling you to get an MBA and find a real job.
I have almost everything I need to restore the data.
Alright then, let's do it to it. The sooner we finish this thing, the sooner we can show them what we're really capable of.
Always so quiet, so free from Marcus and John. Instruction. I thought I was helping by telling me to aim lower, by trying to protect you from failure. You met my eyes. I was wrong. It was the first time I'd ever heard him say those words. Marcus is having a hard time, he continued. Amanda's having a hard time. Your mother is confused and hurt. Jenna called me crying yesterday because she doesn't understand what happened. What happened is you all decided I was an embarrassment and uninvited me from New Year's Eve. And then you found out I wasn't who you thought I was. We never thought you were an embarrassment. I pulled out my phone and showed him Marcus's text. She can't know about your situation. Dad read it. His jaw tightened. That's not acceptable, but it's honest. I said that's how you all saw me. The one who didn't fit. The one who'd bring down the energy. I'm sorry, he said quietly. For what specifically? He looked surprised by the question. Then thoughtful. For not asking what you were working on. For assuming you needed my advice instead of my support. For not celebrating MIT the way we celebrated Marcus Princeton acceptance. For he paused. For not knowing my own daughter. My throat tightened. The article said you employ $450 people. He continued that you've created $300 million in value for your investors. That you're pioneering technology that could revolutionize global supply chains. He shook his head. And I thought you needed my help finding an entry-level job. Yes, I'm proud of you, Sarah. I should have said that 6 years ago. I'm saying it now. I took a breath. Thank you. Can he hesitated. Is there a way forward for the family? I don't know. I said honestly. Marcus texted me an apology yesterday. It was 3 sentences long and ended with, "This has been really hard on Amanda." Dad winced. Mom called to ask if I could smooth things over with Amanda's family. I continued. Jenna wants to know if I could get her husband consulting clients. That's not okay. No, it's not. He was quiet for a long moment. What do you need from us? I need you to see me. I said, not as the disappointing daughter who needs to be managed. Not as the awkward one who doesn't fit in. Not as a resource to be leveraged. Just me, the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar company. The person I've always been. You just weren't paying attention. He nodded slowly. That's fair. He finished his coffee. I can't speak for Marcus or your mother or Jenna, but I'd like to try to see you if you'll let me. What does that look like? Dinner once a month? Just us. You tell me about your company. I listen. I learn about your life. What you're building. He paused. I catch up on 6 years of being a terrible father. Despite everything, I smiled. You weren't terrible. I was absent. That's worse. Once a month, I said. But the first time you offered me career advice, I'm out. You laughed. Deal. 3 months later, Marcus and Amanda broke up. I heard it from Jenna. Who heard it from Mom. Who heard it from Marcus' therapist receptionist. The family information chain remained absurd. Amanda had apparently told Marcus she couldn't marry someone from a family with such complicated dynamics, which was a polite way of saying she couldn't get past the humiliation of dating me for 18 months and then discovering I could buy her father's firm if I wanted to. I didn't want to. I had better things to do. Dad and I had dinner once a month as promised. He listened more than he talked. He asked about my team, my technology, my vision. He learned the difference between Series A and Series C funding. He stopped offering advice. At our third dinner, he said, I told my golf buddies about you, about Meridian. Yeah, I showed them the Forbes article. They were impressed. Good. One of them asked why they'd never heard me mention you before. He looked uncomfortable. I didn't have a good answer. What did you say? That I was an idiot who didn't recognize brilliance when it was sitting across the dinner table from me. I reached across and squeezed his hand. You're learning. Mom took longer. We had coffee once. It was awkward. She kept apologizing and then getting defensive about her apologies. We agreed to try again in a few months. Jenna sent me a LinkedIn request and a message asking if Meridian was hiring. I told her we were, but she'd need to apply through our normal channels. She unfriended me on Facebook. Marcus and I didn't speak for 4 months. Then in April, he sent me a real apology. No excuses. No, hard on me. Just I was wrong. I'm sorry. I want to do better. I wrote back. Thank you. When you're ready to try, let me know. As for me, I kept going. Meridian acquired TechFlow successfully. We integrated their team, modernized their technology, and expanded into 6 new markets. Our revenue grew 53% year over year. Forbes upgraded my 40 under 40 profile to a full color feature. The headline, The Quiet Billionaire. How Sarah Chin built an empire while her family wasn't looking. I framed it and put it on my office wall. Not for them, for me. A reminder that the only person who needs to believe in you is you. And that sometimes the best revenge isn't revenge at all. It's success so undeniable that the people who dismissed you have to recalibrate their entire understanding of who you are. The morning after the
Where
Forbes cover
is
came out,
this
I got a
fucking
text from
activation
Marcus.
tower?
Marcus saw the cover. You look good. Me? Thanks, Marcus. For what it's worth, I'm glad I was wrong about you. I stared at the message for a long time. Then I typed me. I'm glad you're starting to figure that out. Coffee sometime. Marcus, I'd like that. It wasn't forgiveness. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But it was a start. And sometimes that's enough. Sarah Chen's story reminds us that the people closest to us don't always see us most clearly. Sometimes we have to build our lives despite their expectations, not because of them. And sometimes, just sometimes, they quickly catch up.
What's happening in a
The CEO's daughter fired me in front of my entire team and called my lab obsolete. I held 11 patents worth $38 million. The day of their big demo, the system flashed one message. Calibration failed. The CEO called me at 6 a.m. My only answer was, talk to my lawyer. You're done here, Marcus. Trauma sent the big. She didn't even lower her voice. 14 engineers, every single one of them sitting right there in the open plan lab, pretending to stare at their monitors. My lab, the one I built from a storage closet in a $12,000 budget 17 years ago, and my boss's daughter, 21 years old, VP of Innovation for exactly 4 months, just fired me like I was a temp who showed up late. I'm Marcus Valley. I'm 54. I hold 11 patents that generate roughly $38 million a year for this company. And right now, I'm standing in front of the
Alright,
I'm obsolete. But here's the thing she doesn't know. I've been
go
preparing
north into the broken down ruins.
letting you unveil at next week's product launch. It doesn't work without me. Literally. Not figuratively. Literally. Let me back up. Garrett Lyle Technologies started in a garage in Akron, Ohio. Not mine. Frank Garrett's. I was his third hire. Back then, the whole company was Frank, his college roommate Dave Lyle, me, and a coffee maker that only worked if you hit it twice on the left side. I was 37 and just left a comfortable R&D job at a defense contractor because Frank showed me a napkin sketch of a sensor array that could detect structural fatigue in bridges. I looked at that sketch and saw what it really was. A platform. Not just bridges, pipelines, aircraft, wind turbines, anything that bends, flexes, and eventually breaks. Frank saw a product. I saw a revolution. For the first 3 years, I slept on an air mattress in the lab, more nights than I slept at home. My wife, Diane, she understood. She was a nurse, worked night shifts at Akron General. We were 2 I was wrong to believe it would last. Frank's successor was a board-appointed CEO named Richard Kern. Polished, strategic, the kind of man who never wrinkled his shirt because he never did anything strenuous enough to cause a wrinkle. Richard wasn't the problem. Richard was manageable. He respected the engineering side, even if he didn't understand it. The problem was his daughter, Victoria Kern, 29, MBA from Columbia, 2 years at a consulting firm where she learned to make PowerPoint decks that could convince you art was dry. Richard created his innovation 8 months ago. Innovation in a company where every innovation for almost 2 decades had come from the lab. First, she was blind. As always, benefit of the doubt. Showed her the sensor calibration process. Explained the patent portfolio. Walked her through the prototype. Years of development. The sensor system space to a group of outside contractors she called her disruption unit. A consumer-facing app that would let homeowners scan their foundations with a phone camera. An app based on technology that required industrial-grade sensors and years of calibration data to function properly. But it looked good in a pitch deck. I went to Richard, sat in his office, laid word, Richard. The physics don't support it. You can't replicate military-grade sensor accuracy with a smartphone camera. It's not a software problem. It's a hardware limitation. Richard leaned back, tapped his pen on the desk. Victoria has a vision for making us consumer-relevant parties. The board likes it. Let's see where it goes. Let's see where it goes. The 5 most dangerous words in any company. For the next few months, she pulled 2 of my best engineers off-set to work on her app, reassigned my testing budget to a marketing campaign, renamed my lab systems internal directory, legacy, like I was a floppy disk. Then the meeting started. Not with me. About me. I heard fragments from Nicole Chen, one of my engineers who still talked to me, honestly. Victoria had been telling the board that the sensor division was mature technology with diminishing returns, that the future was software and consumer reach, that the company needed to evolve hardware dependency. She was talking about the technology that generated 92% of the company's revenue. I knew what was coming. You don't spend 17 years navigating politics without recognizing when someone's building a case to push you out. The question was whether she'd do it quietly or make a show of it. I got my answer 3 weeks before the product launch. Victoria called an all-hands meeting. Stood at the front row in a blazer that probably cost more than my first car. Pulled up a slide for the future.
Hey, what gives?
15 slides. Each one a slow variant of every
Your final mission is to snuff out the world air that betrayed your organization.
in its place.
What?
A determined consumer
2 former terms, proved differently, had kidnapped the president and they were asked to protect.
I sat there, didn't flinch,
Traitors are to be afforded no mercy. Their lives are forfeit.
and got to work.
Naturally, the 2 of them will return policy and will fight to the death.
Here's what Victoria didn't understand.
Kill or be killed. These are the only possible outcomes of any confrontation. Here's hoping you survive.
And I was the architect. 11 patents.
But aren't they friends? How can they go from BFFs to shoot to kill just like that?
Probably have to be pretty ruthless to make it as a
I
type.
own the intellectual property as inventor, but there was a detail buried deep in my employment agreement. And Frank Garrett had insisted on when he hired me. A clause Frank put in because he believed in fairness. And because back then, the company couldn't afford to pay me when I was working. The clause stated that if I was terminated without cause, all licensing agreements tied to my patents would enter a 90-day review period. During that review, I had the right to renegotiate terms or withdraw licensing authorization entirely. Frank had explained it simply. If they ever kick you out for no good reason, you get to decide if they keep using your work. If I was terminated without cause, the company had 90 days before it lost the legal right to use my work. Every product, every contract, every note, every telling. Not Nicole, not my old mentor, Dave Martin, retired to Florida but still called me on Sundays. Not even my daughter. I just sat with it, waited, let Victoria build her case, let her think she was.
It's been a long time since you might think I
Good thing, too. Don't want to be a couple of pushovers. All Shira has to offer us is exhaustion, and a one-way ticket to the light stream. Then we're just tools to be used and abused. Here he comes! Sucking the life out of us, just like they're doing to the planet.
Hey, partner.
Don't worry.
Open your eyes. The company forces us to do their job.
Yes, it's my turn! What's the ball? Bring it in!
You want some of this?
I am not going down without a fight.
Never thought things would come to this, but here we are.
Let's do it.
I am not going down without a fight.
Gotta be careful.
Nothing personal. You understand.
Easy.
You're done here, Marcus. Pack your desk. HR will set up
Well, don't say we didn't try to get you to defect peacefully. We're just gonna have to make you leave. Permanently. You asked for it. It's time to put all the tricks you taught me to good use.
work out here. Time for a serious ass. Bring in the heat.
Nothing personal.
Got him. That took a minute. A lot tougher than I thought it'd be.
Mission complete. Well done. You've proven yourselves to be born Turks.
Wow, what an honor.
We Turks might as well, but our duty may require us to sever our binding ties. Which is precisely why I landed too late to say goodbye to my wife. About my daughter sitting in that hospital.
Who's there?
Tell them I'm open to discussing the medical licensing terms, but not with them. With their clients directly. Raymond Moss. Marcus, you know what that means.
She's a Turk.
Certainly didn't expect to run into you here.
Took the words right out of my mouth. What in the hell are you doing here?
Shinra sent me to inspect the facilities. Wanted to make sure they didn't have any unauthorized visitors wandering around.
Within a week, 3 things happened. First, contacted me directly. They didn't care about Garrett Lyle's corporate drama.
Records indicate the individual with that ID underwent formal training. Wait, are you a Turk?
That'll be enough probing. For my benefit, but mainly for yours. It was enough of a pain to cover up the mess you made at the reactor. Try not to cause any more trouble, okay?
Sorry, won't happen again.
Anyway, I'm heading back to the village. Once you're done here, I suggest you make tracks.
There's definitely more to her than meets the eye.
Hello? You good?
Hey, Chadley, what happened to the proto-relic?
Oh, forgive me. And there. Incredible. It appears that by restoring the fragmented data, we were able to break the proto-relic's encryption.
Translation?
The potential applications are practically limitless. By converting matter into data distributed across a secure network, shielded from external interference, one could preserve said data indefinitely.
So is it real? Like, can I touch it?
Oh, of course. Behold, the proto-relic in its restored glory.
Alright, let's get some Pokeballs in the chat, folks.
Frank had started in a garage. I was starting up on a store that sold actual nuts and bolts. Nicole, my first client, she quit Garrett Lyle the day after I was...
Honorary Turk, trophy earned. I obtained a proto-relic in the Gongaga region. Total trophy progress is sitting at 54%.
Here we go again. Just give it up. The proto-relic's staying with me.
Ha! Silence! You caught me unawares once, but it will not happen again! Burning this to reclaim my stolen prize. Rages evermore. That which you have taken shall be returned.
I'll break your flesh and shatter your bones. Let's try that again. Let's do this.
Got him.
Confound it! Without the power of Genji, I am outmatched.
I built it in 17 years. The 6 months was just the part where I finally
Blade
for
you
myself.
wield.
And Victoria, I don't keep tabs.
The mere sight of it has kindled in me a covetous desire.
App launched 2 months
Could
after
it
I
be
left.
that hunger for weapons brought me hither?
False readings. A homeowner calculated his family.
Wherefore does the memory elude me?
Was failing. It wasn't. Local news picked it up.
Return what you have stolen! My Genji! Give it back!
Stepped down as CEO shortly after the
Curse
Victoria's VP title was quietly removed from the company website. Last I heard, she
Dude, I have already whooped your ass twice.
I say.
Marcus, he said.
Let it
His
go.
voice was older, thinner, but steady. I should have fought harder to protect that leader.
What is mine?
The foundation, Frank. That's the part that
Only
lasts.
then
He went
shall I rest.
I'm proud of you, son. I looked at the note on my
Only
fridge.
then shall you know peace. But not until that day.
Some things you build with steel and sensors and code. Other things you build with years of showing up. With quiet nights and cold lasagna. And notes left on kitchen counters by people who love you enough to keep the light on. A sensor tells you when the bridge is about to fail. But the bridge was built by someone who cared enough to get the math right. Even when nobody was watching. Even when nobody said thank you. Especially then.
Fascinating. I believe I understand the situation. All this time, he was seeking the proto-relics in order to restore his lost memories and make himself whole.
Guess so.
Wait,
Up and at him,
so
bald
what
wonder.
exactly
Smart
are
avatar.
the proto-relics?
I'm gonna teach you to
It is,
earth
of course, too early to say anything for certain. But I suspect it may be some manner of armaments formed from matter not normally present in this dimension. If we assume the giant was also from another dimension, then there is a possibility that he was the original owner of the proto-relics.
Wait, so if they are his, does that mean we should give them back?
Given the phenomenon he has been able to conjure this dimension without the proto-relics on hand, I shudder to think what havoc he might wreak were his powers fully restored. It might be prudent for us to gather a bit more information on the proto-relics before we decide to return them. For now, I propose that we retrieve the artifacts and perform a thorough analysis.
Fingers spread. Comment, she said into the room, loud enough for the back row. An education is the only thing nobody can take from you. 34 people clapped before they even knew what they were clapping for. That's the thing about a crowd that's been fed sheet cake. They'll applaud a weather report. Corbin stood up the way you stand up when you've been told you're about to receive something. 19 years old, new haircut, the kind of smile that's never once had to be sincere. He came around the table and Adele lifted the fat envelope and pressed it into both his hands like a relay baton, and the flap fell open just enough that the band wrap stack inside caught the overhead light. Hundreds. A brick of them. 95,000, Adele announced, in case anyone in the cheap seats had missed the math. Cash. So there's no nonsense with the banks. Somebody whistled. My Aunt Dubby put her hand over her mouth like she'd seen a baby take its first steps. Bryn, Corbin's mother, was already crying the way people cry when the crying is the performance, dabbing under her eyes with a cocktail napkin, careful of the mascara. I was at table 6, near the coffee urn, which is where the family seats the person they've quietly decided is furniture. They've been doing the envelope thing for years. Christmas, graduations, the occasional Tuesday, and Adele felt like reminding everyone who held the pen. The ritual never changed. There was always a stack for the one she wanted to be seen loving, and there was always a smaller something for the rest of us, and you were supposed to be grateful for the smaller something and never, ever do the arithmetic out loud. So I knew the second envelope was coming. I'd known since the invitation. What I didn't know was that she decided to make it a two-part show. She picked up the thin one. She held it out toward me across the room, not handing it, presenting it, so the whole hall would turn and watch the furniture get acknowledged. And for Reese, she said, and let the sentence hang there with nothing after it, the way you leave a space when you want everyone to fill it in themselves. 40 heads swiveled. I felt them land on me one at a time. I walked up. The room loved that part. You could feel them lean. I took the envelope. It weighed nothing. It weighed exactly what a folded sheet of nothing weighs. Open it, Bryn called out, bright, encouraging, the way you'd coax a kid at a piñata. A couple of the cousins laughed before there was a joke. So I opened it. I'm a believer in giving people what they ask for. Inside was a single bill. A 10. Just the one. Folded once down the middle. Soft and limp like it had been in a drawer since the Carter administration. And a yellow sticky note glued to it in Adele's handwriting. The note said, "You'll find your own way. You always do." I stood there in front of 34 relatives and one urn of decaf and read it twice, because the first time I genuinely thought I'd missed a zero. I hadn't. The hall had gone the specific kind of quiet that's worse than booing. Somebody coughed. My cousin Tasha was filming. Of course she was. Phone up at chest height like she thought she wasn't being obvious. Corbin still had his brick of hundreds cradled against his sternum, and he was watching me with an expression I describe as anticipatory, waiting for the reaction. They were all waiting for the reaction, the flinch, the wet eyes, the smile, the gracious thank you that would let them go back to their cake feeling like they'd watched something tender. I want to be precise about what I felt, because people always want the feeling. The honest answer is that I felt the way you feel when a long math problem finally resolves. 9 years of carrying something heavy, and here at last was the receipt for what it had bought me. $10 and a sticky note. I folded the 10 back along its old crease. I put it in my shirt pocket. I tucked the sticky note in behind it, because I'm sentimental about evidence. Then I stood up straight, and I leaned a few inches toward the head table, and I said it quiet enough that Adele had to stop chewing the inside of her cheek and actually listen, quiet enough that the back row strained and got nothing. Check your mailbox tomorrow. That's all. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't slam anything. I'm told later that the quiet was the part that scared people, that a man who's gutted is supposed to be loud and a man who isn't loud is doing math. I wouldn't know. I picked up my jacket off the back of the chair at table 6. I nodded at Dovey because Dovey never did anything to me, and I walked out through the double doors into the parking lot while the hall behind me slowly remembered how to talk. Here's the part of the arithmetic nobody at that party had ever bothered to learn. 9 years earlier, Adele's house, the white 2-story at 118 Aldous Street, the house where every one of those holidays had happened, the house she stood in front of every Thanksgiving carving the turkey like a queen carving the roe, that house went into foreclosure. My father, her son, Dale, had been the one quietly covering her note, and when Dale died of the heart thing at 51, the covering stopped, and Tri-County Savings and Trust started the clock the way banks do. 3 missed payments. Then the certified letters. Then a date with the county. Nobody in the family knew. Adele made very sure nobody in the family knew. $1,000. In my name, Reese Halverson, sole owner, recorded at the county, deed in a fireproof box in my apartment behind the lease and the title to my truck. Adele cried that day, the real kind, the kind that isn't a performance, and she said she'd never forget. Then she signed a month-to-month occupancy agreement I had drawn up, a single page, plain language, the right of the owner to terminate with 30 days notice, and she signed it the way you sign a thing you've already decided is meaningless, and she forgot about it before the ink set. As far as Adele was concerned, by the following Christmas, it was her house again. She'd weathered a rough patch. She'd handled it. That was the story, and the story is always what Adele believed. After that, it was the surgeries, the knee, then the shoulder, the property taxes when she got behind, the new furnace the winter the old one died, the Tri-County CD that she liked to mention at parties as proof of her wisdom. I seeded that. 40,000 to start, because a woman with no cushion is a woman who calls you at 2 in the morning, and I decided I'd rather front the cushion than answer the phone. And every time I wrote a check, I had her sign a note for it. I want to be clear that this wasn't cruelty. It was bookkeeping. My father had handed her money like it was love and gotten neither love nor money back, and I'd watched it bury him, and I decided early that I would help her and I would write it down. Promissory notes. Plain ones. Date, amount, a line that said repayable on demand, her signature, and because I'm careful, a notary. There's a woman named Pearl at the credit union on Bell Street who stamped maybe a dozen of them over the years and never once asked what they were. Adele signed
Alright, before I finish Potential Re-Eclipse, I gotta run the restroom. Be right back. Hang tight. Okay, so I do need to do some readjustment here.
Corbin was a minor in nothing but maturity, and his mother was the address of record for family matters. One to the family's longtime accountant, Desmond Pryor, who'd done Adele's simple little taxes for 2 decades and was named in her affairs as a courtesy copy. And one to the county, re-recording nothing, just a clean certified copy of the deed lodged in the file with a date stamp, so the record would shout if anyone ever tried to whisper. Adele's letter said 2 things in Gwen's flat, unanswerable prose. The first thing, that the property at 118 Aldous Street was owned outright by Reese Halverson, had been since the date of the sheriff's sale 9 years prior, recorded thus, and that the occupant resided there under a month-to-month occupancy agreement. A copy enclosed, bearing the occupant's signature. Pursuant to that agreement, the owner was providing 30 days' notice of termination. The occupant could remedy the situation by entering a market rate lease at $1,400 a month, or by purchasing the property at fair market value, currently appraised at $260,000. The second thing, that the undersigned held promissory notes executed by Adele Halverson over the preceding 9 years, totaling $108,500, each repayable on demand, copies enclosed, and that demand was hereby made, with payment due within 60 days. There was no cover note for me, no sticky note. Gwen had asked if I wanted to include anything personal, and I'd said the notes were personal enough. I have reconstructed Tuesday afternoon at 118 Aldous Street from about 6 different accounts, and they mostly agree. Adele opened the certified mail at her kitchen table, the one I paid the property taxes to keep under her. She read the first page and called Bryn and told Bryn it was a forgery, that I'd faked her signature, that I'd always been jealous, that this was what jealousy did to a person. Bryn drove over. Bryn read the enclosed copies, the occupancy agreement, 9 notes, Pearl's notary stamp on every one, and Bryn, who had looked it up, went quiet in a way she had never once gone quiet on the phone with me. Because Bryn could read a notary stamp. Bryn understood, sitting at that table, that the $95,000 she'd just watched her son receive had come out of a fund the owner of the house had been feeding for 9 years, and that the owner of the house was now, very politely, on paper, in triplicate, asking for the house back for $108,000, and that her mother-in-law did not have $108,000 because her mother-in-law had given 95% of it to Corbin 2 days ago in front of God in the lodge at Tasha's home. That was the Tuesday the family learned arithmetic. The family group chat, 41 people, named Halverson Crew with a cake emoji, a thread I've been muted in for years, did what those threads do when there's a body in the water. Tasha's birthday video had 13,000 views on her page by Tuesday night, captioned Grandma Humble's entitled Grandson, and Tasha spent that whole evening quietly deleting it and then quietly deleting the re-upload, because the comments had turned, because strangers are faster at arithmetic than relatives, and somewhere around comment 200 a person Tasha had never met had written what kind of grandma gives one kid $95K cash and the other kid $10, and the rest of the internet had agreed. The story she'd filmed to make me look small had rotated on its axis sometime overnight, and now it made Adele look like exactly what the deed already said she was, and there's no caption that fixes that. Tasha texted me a private apology at 11 that night. I left it on read. Some math you let people do alone. Uncle Wallace called to ask if it was true I owned the house, and when I said yes, he said, well, I'll be damned 4 separate times, which is the most honest thing anyone in that family said all week. Debbie left a casserole outside my apartment door with a card that said nothing about any of it, which was Debbie's way of saying everything. The rest went silent, the particular silence of people recalculating where they wanted the standing rights over. Wednesday, the lawyer started. Adele retained Harlan Voss, who was the kind of small-town attorney whose name is on a bench at the Little League field, and Harlan called Gwen, and Gwen forwarded me the summary, which I'll paraphrase. Harlan opened warm, suggested everyone was family, suggested cooler heads, suggested perhaps the notes had been informal and never truly intended as enforceable instruments. Gwen sent him scans of all 9, dated, witnessed, notarized, with the words repayable on demand right there in Adele's own pen above Adele's own signature, and asked which of the 9 he intended to argue his client signed without understanding, given his client had described herself at a public birthday party 2 days prior as too financially sophisticated to involve the banks. Harlan did not have a fast answer to understood within one phone call that his client's son was the only person in the family who was going to walk out of this with anything, and that the thing he was protecting was the thing that had sunk everyone else. I'm told Pete advised Bryn to stop talking to Adele entirely. I'm told Bryn took the advice. Families are sturdy until they're not. So by Thursday night, there were 3 lawyers, Gwen, Harlan, Pete, and 3 letters answered by more letters, and a deed sitting in the county file like a tombstone with the dates already carved. Adele tried me directly once.
Alright, I need to...
After Harlan had surely told her not to. The voicemail was 90 seconds long, and I've only listened to it once. It started as the speech I'd expected, that I betrayed the family, that I tricked a single woman into signing papers, that my father would be ashamed, and then somewhere in the middle it cracked, and the part underneath came out, the part I think she'd never said to anyone, which was that she'd always loved Corbin easier because Corbin needed nothing from her, and I had always, just by existing, reminded her of what she owed. That was the whole machine, right there, in the voicemail. She gave to the one she didn't owe, so she'd never have to look at the one she did. I didn't call back. There was nothing left to enforce in a voicemail, and I don't argue with confessions. And then there was Desmond Pryor. Desmond is a careful man. He'd done Adele's taxes for 20 years out of a one-room office over the pharmacy, and he'd done them honestly. And he was the kind of accountant who got weighed on people's affairs precisely because he never made anybody nervous. When the certified copy landed on his desk Tuesday, the deed, the notes, the demand, Desmond did what careful men do. He pulled Adele's file. He laid the actual numbers next to the actual documents. And Desmond, alone in his one room over the pharmacy, was the first person in the entire family to look at the whole thing at once and see it for what it was. He saw that the house was an asset of Adele's, and never had been, not for 9 years. He saw that the CD he dutifully reported the interest on every April had been seeded and fed by deposits that didn't come from Adele. He saw that Adele had, on a Saturday, given away $95,000 of liquidity she did not legally have any cushion behind, against a $108,000 demand she could not meet, secured by nothing, because she owned nothing, not the house, not the furniture I'd have paid for, nothing but a kitchen table and the $10 worth of dignity she kept for herself by giving the rest to a teenager. Desmond did the math 3 times. Then Desmond did the thing that careful men do when the math comes out the way Adele's did. On Friday afternoon, he wrote 1 letter to Adele, copied to Harlan Voss, and the letter said, in the dry, humane language accountants use when they are quietly refusing to be part of something, that having reviewed the documentation, he was unable to continue to represent her financial affairs, that he could not certify her solvency, that he believed she was obligated to seek counsel regarding the recent transfer of $95,000 in light of her outstanding liabilities, and that his file was available for transfer to whatever professional she chose next. He resigned. 20 years, and he resigned in 11 lines, and he had the decency to do it in writing so there'd be a record that he'd seen it clearly and stepped away. That's the letter that ended it, really. Not Gwen's. Mine started it and Gwen's enforced it, but it was Desmond's quiet little resignation, the family's own accountant, the neutral man, the one nobody could call jealous, looking at the books and declining to sign his name to Adele's.
Here we go.
What is it this
No
time?
version of events but the one in the file. Gwen called me Friday at 5.
Well, they're gone now. Or what was left of them. Some Shinra troopers helped dispose of their remains. How they got in, however, remains unclear. But that's for someone else to figure out. We're still struggling with the loss of Mr. Murasaki.
In a county hallway, with a deed in my hand. She can stay in the house, I said. Gwen waited. At $1,400 a month, on the lease.
Shinra's created a refuge for those suffering from Mako
Same as
poisoning.
any tenant.
Here they can relax and recover in their own time. Though recently some have up and left without a word, which is frankly beyond me.
The math isn't is the first of the month. Every first of the month, she
I'm the
writes a check
manager of the
every
manor
month
only on
and she
paper.
remembers
I know next to nothing about it. Records indicate it was built as a research facility, a land borrowed from the village back in Shinra's early days. The work carried out at the facility, however, was apparently quite sensitive. Pretty much all the details have been redacted. Really makes you wonder what they're trying to conceal.
There's a clawback argument on the gift if she's insolvent. You know that. I did know that. I'd known it before she did. A transfer made by
By the way, you spent an awful long time inside Shinra Manor. What were you doing in there?
Pokeballs out.
That's all, was it?
Why do you ask?
Well, you see, ever since your visit, I've been hearing this strange voice. A woman's coming from inside. I know this sounds crazy, but you don't think it's haunted, do you?
Hardly. Besides, you're the manager. Ain't it your job to investigate?
No. I don't have the clearance to set even 1 foot inside. Regardless, I know what I heard. It wasn't just the wind rustling through the trees at night. Someone was weeping, almost musically. It sounded like a woman wailing.
$10 bill is in the fireproof box now, behind the TV, folded in its old crease, with a yellow sticky note still clipped to it. You'll find your own way.
I'm afraid so.
You always do.
And given that I didn't hear a thing until you went inside, it's clear there's a connection. Why not take some responsibility and go investigate for me?
I think I'm gonna sit this one out.
Hey! Come on. I'm sure it's nothing serious.
Fired after 22 years, the new VP told me my safety certifications weren't essential anymore. I just nodded. At 11:30, federal inspectors arrived to enforce the shutdown. The chairman saw them, slowly looked at me, and asked, "Who the hell did we just fire?" They had already taped over my nameplate before I got back from lunch. 22 years of keeping people alive, erasing with a strip of masking tape and Christopher Hayes' name scribbled.
Alright, time to go back to Shinra Manor.
Title right. VP Operatuits, with that extra O that made him look like the Stanford MBA he claimed to be. I'm Andrew Cooper, 47 years old, and I've been the Senior Safety Operations Manager with Apex Industrial for more than half my adult life. Started here right after my Navy discharge in 2002, when my boy Kevin was still in diapers, and I needed steady work with good benefits. Now Kevin's 19 and finishing his sophomore year at Texas A&M studying mechanical engineering. Thought I'd be here until retirement. Maybe even see him join the company someday. Thought wrong, apparently. I stood there in the hallway, coffee getting cold in my hand, staring at that crooked tea job. Didn't laugh, didn't cry. Just turned around and walked back toward the parking lot like the ghost they decided I'd become. But here's the thing about ghosts. Sometimes they come back to haunt you. You don't last 22 years in industrial safety without learning how to see the big picture. Every safety protocol, every inspection, every certification that kept our workers from going home in body bags instead of their own cars. That was my department. Not flashy work. Not the kind that gets you invited to leadership retreats in Aspen, but the kind that keeps the lights on and the lawsuits off the front page. My credentials weren't just pieces of paper hanging on the wall. I held the process safety management certification for all 3 of our major facilities: Beaumont, Oklahoma City, and Houston. That's the federal requirement that lets you handle anything above 10,000 lb of flammable hydrocarbons. I was also the name Confined Space Entry Supervisor, which meant nobody could work in our reactor vessels or storage tanks without my signature. And the big one, the Hazardous Materials Operations Manager certification that covered everything from routine maintenance to emergency response. These weren't company licenses that could be transferred around like office supplies. They were federal certifications tied to my personal social security number, my training record, my 22 years of documented experience. The kind of credentials that took months to get.
There we go.
With quarterly re-certification requirements and annual federal audits. Christopher Hayes didn't understand any of that. Kid showed up 3 months ago with his wireless earbuds. In his talk about streamlining operational inefficiencies, wore sneakers to safety meetings, and called Hard Hat's legacy headwear. Asked me once why we couldn't just use iPads instead of lockout tagu procedures. I should have known right then that my days were numbered. The warning signs had been there for weeks, ever since the board brought in their innovation consultant. Some woman from Nick Canty charged $500 an hour to tell them what any guy on the floor could explain.
I don't hear a damn
I
thing.
knew it was just a matter of time before
Case
guys
closed.
like me got
No
on
need for us to overstay our welcome.
and speak about organizational evolution. And sure enough,
What are you
Christopher
doing?
evolved like a virus in an expensive suit. Harvard Business School, class of 2018. 2 years stint at EO.
You hear something I don't?
I feel it, Dolores.
Well, I don't feel anything. But you know this place better than we do. If you're willing to lead, we'll follow.
What do you mean, we?
Scared.
Me? Scared? I ain't been scared a day in my life. I was even voted bravest buddy back in the day.
Of course you were.
Man, this is ridiculous. That guy was convinced there's some kind of ghost in here. But I'm not buying it. I say we just turn around.
Getting cold feet?
Of course not. Besides, it wouldn't be our first paranormal encounter like the game. They were ghosts, I think.
Wanted to know why they couldn't be shared across the team or digitized for scalability. I explained that process safety management wasn't like a
Y'all heard it, right?
Loud and
You can't just
clear.
hand it around to whoever needs it that day. These were federal requirements that existed because people died when companies cut corners on safety oversight.
Sounds nothing like the geese we know.
Then what is it?
We'll soon find out.
Some old timer telling horse stories instead of a professional trying to keep his facilities from big smoking craters in the ground. Third week, he started dropping hints about how safety oversight was ripe for digital transformation. Something about automated monitoring systems and eliminating single points of failure. That phrase should have been my warning bell. In Christopher's world, a single point of failure was anything that required actual human expertise.
Vincent, what's the deal with you and Sephiroth? How do you know him?
I'm to blame for all of the evils he's unleashed. I've had many opportunities to purge him from this world. Unfortunately, I couldn't pull the trigger.
Don't beat yourself up.
Oh.
I don't know if you can kill him. And even if you could, I think he'd stick with you. Somehow.
The kind they use when they want you to quit.
Quite the rosy outlook.
But I didn't quit. Been through too many deployments, too many midnight emergency calls, too many times when being stubborn was the only thing standing between disaster and another day of normal operations. If they wanted me gone, they were going to have to do it the hard way. The calendar invite came on a Tuesday morning. Transition discussion. 30 minutes. No details.
You're going to need my key card. It'll grant you access to the lower levels.
I walked into that conference room knowing exactly what was coming. Gray walls, fake plant in a corner that someone had been dusting for 10 years without watering. Speakerphone blinking like a heart monitor. Christopher didn't even look up when I came in. Just typing on his Mac.
You got any idea whose voice that is? Like seen any women wandering the manor? Maybe some gal got stuck in a coffin.
Unlikely. A female staffer once lived here, but she's long gone.
Who else could it be?
Do I have to keep repeating myself? As I said, we'll soon find out.
Looking like she'd rather be anywhere else on Earth. When he finally acknowledged my existence, he smiled like a dentist.
Not listening.
Andrew, first off, I want to express my appreciation for everything you've contributed over the years.
This is where he conducted his compact trials. Countless subjects were slain there. The slow stuff, never to be ignored.
Now I know you just screwed with me. Well, I ain't falling for it.
Hello, Adidas. Welcome in, finally. Guda, welcome in.
Absolutely were, but because the structural paradigm no longer requires certain traditional modalities. I got credit for the poetry lesson. Amanda shifted her studying her fingernails like they held the secrets of the universe. This includes the Senior Safety Operations Manager position. And just to be transparent,
The simulator is up ahead. Can't proceed further until we complete the trial. Best of luck.
Modernized framework. We're implementing automated compliance monitoring through IoT sensors and predictive analytics. IoT sensors. The man thought he could replace 22 years of knowing which valves could kill you, and which inspectors would shut you down with some glorified smoke detectors you've probably seen in a LinkedIn ad. I almost laughed. Almost told him that process safety management wasn't something you could automate with an app. That the reason those regulations existed is because companies...
Greetings and welcome, my lovely specimens.
This asshole again.
Today is your lucky day. You'll be participating in a series of combat simulations. You are permitted to take part in mine. It creates forth as an honor.
It's not an honor.
Let us begin. I look forward to analyzing the data gleaned from your death. Messy as they'll be.
Fuck you, Hojo. You piece of goddamn shit.
The transition will be seamless. He continued, gaining confidence. Like a man who thought the hard part was over, we've already identified internal candidates who can handle the administrative aspects of your role while the automated systems come online. That's when I knew he didn't understand what my job actually was.
Keep it together.
Yes, it's my turn. How'd you like that? Want some more? See ya. Want some more? Get your ass out of here. Okay.
That wasn't so bad.
He wanted them to feel something shift in the air, to sense that maybe the quiet guy
That performance bodes well for the next trial.
Texas hit me like a wall, marching.
Alright.
I walked to my truck, sat behind the wheel for a moment, and felt something I hadn't felt in years. Complete freedom. No more 5 a.m. emergency calls. No more explaining to MBAs why you can't optimize safety shortcuts. No more being the guy who said no so other people could go home to their families. I pulled out my phone.
Let's finish this. Buzz off. Pay Calling lightning. You're mine.
This one's for you.
That worked. Got a little bit closer to the wire than I wanted, but you know.
System response, revocation process, all facilities. I started the engine and drove to Murphy's Diner on the other side of town. The kind of place where the coffee is strong, the pie's fresh, and nobody asks questions when a man needs to sit quietly and think. Ordered black coffee and a slice of apple pie. The kind of breakfast you eat when you're about to watch the world burn and you want to taste something sweet first. The automated notifications were probably already hitting inboxes across 3 states. Federal systems don't mess around when it comes to safety violations. Every facility tied to my credentials will get flagged.
Footballs in chat.
The city of Houston, all suddenly operating without safety procedures until 3 a.m. Central Standard Time.
I think this will end it. Good, anyways. Yeah, there we go.
Was never in doubt.
Well, will you give up or will you try again?
once voluntarily revoked, there's a mandatory review period. You have to reapply from scratch like anyone else. Could take 6 months, maybe longer. Christopher reached for his phone with shaking fingers, dialed my number like he was calling 911. I watched it light up on the table beside my empty pie plate, took another sip of coffee and let it ring. Ring again. Ring. Until it went to voicemail. Tried twice more. Same result. He called to the same voice. He reached.
There we go. Knew I could fucking do it. Knew I could do it. Just had to be a little bit more careful about how I went about it. Wait, what? How did that? That's bullshit!
I was trying to streamline operations, eliminate inefficiencies, modernize our approach. Harrow raised one hand, and Christopher's mouth...
How did I...
You eliminated the one person who kept us legally in operation. Organization.
There, finally!
Did you know that this the coffee hit my blouse in front of 15 clients?
Intriguing results
Expecting me to release 2.
But let's see how you perform in the final trial.
It spread in a hot, dark wave across ivory silk, and for one stupid second, my body wanted to do what humiliation always teaches people to do. Look down, apologize, make themselves smaller. I didn't. No one moved. That was the first thing I noticed. No one on my body. Not the stage spread on my chest. The smell of the silence. Exactly. A server who was beside the champagne station.
burn. You're mine. No more fighting.
Got him.
Hey, did you see me in action?
Perhaps we can assist you. Lenora cut in before he could finish. This section is for strategic principles, she said. Just loud enough for the nearest finds to hear, not so guests. The phrase
Marvelous! You've cleared every trial!
not guest, not partner.
I've created masterpieces yet again.
A label small enough to move.
Without further ado, my dear specimens, let's proceed to Act 2.
I did not offer. I did not explain myself. I did not offer my name. That unsettled the room more than anger.
Let's go.
One client at my left went straight into his chair. The service of the champagne station still had. As if he understood instinctively, his head started beating about the spill. The manager swallowed and tapped his cap. His thumb paused over the screen. Lenora noticed. There's no need to complicate this, she said, smiling without confidence. Go to the side lounge and have someone deal with the mess. Deal with the mess. As if the mess were me. Across the room, Julian Whittle returned slightly. His gaze moved from the stain on my silk blouse to the manager standing beside my chair.
You mentioned some gal used to work here, but what exactly did she do?
Whatever the good Professor made her, as their bodyguard, I was never made privy to the details of their research.
Well, knowing that Siegfried, I doubt he was up to anything good. And I bet that gal wasn't much better than him either.
That's not true.
Did I touch nerves?
Just stay quiet. I have to concentrate.
She said, her Polish thinning down. Let's not disrupt the real guests over a seating mistake. The man seated across from me lowered his wine glass to the table. Then he looked straight at me and asked,
You know, deep down, I knew you'd make it this far. Of course, not every participant does. Only the finest, the elite among you survive. You should be very proud. I, for one, am delighted by your success.
It may be a placement error.
Where you off to?
To shut him up.
Get chaotic.
As a token of my appreciation, I prepared for you a gift.
Her name is listed here.
That's what we've all been hearing?
You gotta be kidding me.
Here it is, your final trial. You must face this beast in combat and emerge triumphant or die.
Deal with that.
I should probably heal up first.
One more shot! Go on!
They're hurt!
Cut! This one's for you! Get him!
Don't worry, the planet's got us.
Get him! Here he comes!
Come on, you stupid son of a bitch.
Guess this means we busted our ghost.
The wall screen displayed
Monster.
the structure for the
Tainted by Hojo's touch, no doubt.
Why the singing tone?
An outlet for stress, perhaps. An expression of displeasure. Despite their appearance, some fiends are capable of complex thinking and experiencing emotions.
Right. Monsters got feelings. I know we ought to have mercy for all life, but you gotta draw the line somewhere.
In any case, thanks for your help with the investigation. I'll stay tuned.
a convenient fiction that whatever had happened had Another answer, agreed. That was the move Julian was counting on, not confidence, momentum, the kind executives mistake for protection when they know the facts are against them. Across from me, Elise Harrow had her binder open, but hadn't turned the page. Beside her, Graham Foss, lead independent director, sat with hands full loosely in front of him. Unreal. Neither spoke, neither needed to. The cameras were already on, red lights glowing above the floor. Julian took his seat at the head of the table and began in the smooth voice of a man trying to step over a crack without looking down. Before we proceed, he said, glancing once around the room, I want to note that last night involved a minor social misunderstanding. Nothing more. The room did not react all at once. It tightened, not loudly, not dramatically, just enough to make the air feel thinner. Julian kept going. It was an unfortunate moment at a private reception, he said. An optics issue, not a conduct issue. It should not be allowed to interfere with the strategic funding process. Optics. Across from me, Elise lowered her gaze to the memo inside her binder. She did not touch it, but I could see the page from where I sat. The clean language, the softened version, the one they had wanted accepted before morning. Graham spoke without raising his voice. Who authorized the attempted removal of an invited strategic principal from that room? Julian turned toward him. There was no attempted removal. Elise inhaled, barely. There was an instruction to relocate.
An official investigation is underway here. Do what you
A hospitality adjustment. He said nothing more. There it was, not just the denial. Graham's eyes moved once from Julian to Elise and back again. Not now. He asked, did Andrew wording change after midnight? For a second, nobody answered. A board member on my left opened his binder and flipped 3 pages in. Paper moved softly.
Use
Silver wood. Another voice, lower his
Don't look ill.
There were client
Passing through right ticket. If you are feeling unwell,
Gotta lend the medical team a hand.
social incident. He said, that abuse. That was the sentence that changed everything, because now the government was no longer living in hallway conversations and midnight memos. It was happening live, on camera.
Welcome. Would you like a
Julian
room?
trying to bury the truth by calling it smaller than it was. The director near the wall screen turned to the covenant section. Conduct language.
Safe travels.
Reputational impact intersects with closing conditions. He read quietly. No one objected. No one stepped in to rescue Julian. Graham folded his hands again. One question, he said. Julian looked at him. Go ahead. Graham turned toward me. Who controls final release of the primary tranche? Julian followed his gaze and stared at me like a man realizing far too late that he had never bothered Everyone spoke for a moment. That was the only honest reaction left. I folded my hands on the table and answered Graham without trauma. I did. Julian blinked once. I'm sorry I control the final release of the primary tranche. I said, I'm the managing partner of Cresswell Meridian, and I am the sole signatory authorized to release that portion of the $2.4 billion capital commitment. The recalculation was complete. Not emotional, mathematical. Elise closed her binder. A board member halfway down the table stopped writing. Another leaned back in his chair, as if distance might somehow make the sentence less real. To Julian's credit, he recovered fast. His face settled. His hands came together lightly on the table. In under 3 seconds, he shifted from...
All right, I gotta run to the restroom, grab some coffee, be right back. Hang tight.
voice smooth again. We should not allow a personal incident to jeopardize infrastructure at its scale. Personal, that was his next mistake. No economy, no intent. Allow the rewritten record. Personal incident. I have his gaze. I asked, should I trust the company with its own
Okay, I feel better. I had been needing to do that.
passengers? Whoa! Oh man, you've got perfect timing. Want to go around against my little angels here? Name's Toccaca. I believe in my cards and they believe in me. We're like a big happy family. You want to know how I got them to love me?
Not really.
You're so cute.
Oh, just shut up. Just let me get to the fucking match. Motherfucker. Okay, that was bullshit. Fuck you. Not as big a victory as I'm used to getting, but you know, I'll take it. Still 16-0.
No! My poor baby! Just what do you say? By the way, I tell you, I bet it's the most beautiful...
Shut up.
Or anyone's ever laid eyes on.
Time for me to come over here and do this.
Rekindle my fighting spirit. What are you looking at? Thanks for here. I've not been filled by Queen's blood.
That was an easy win. Oh shit, I missed the poke catch. I got the right cards at the right fucking time on that draw.
Ouch! What a knockout! You got me.
Congratulations, Cloud. You have attained the rank of Blood Sovereign. This is it. Only one opponent remains. The Monster of Chaos. I know nothing of their skills, but I have faith that yours are superior. Vanquish this fiend and the witch's card will be yours.
She got into her car and took a deep breath before starting the engine. They couldn't understand. She murmured quietly. They had no other near heavy venue. As the car's headlights illuminated the dark road, Elizabeth really had a determination. This would be the last humiliation. The next time she saw them, everything would be different. Welcome to Elf now. 3 weeks had passed. But she never brought them to her. Rather, she had turned that pain into a driving force. It's always a pleasure to see you again, Elizabeth, said Maurice Green, the famous real estate tycoon in the city, and his wife Charlotte. Can you prepare our usual table? Of course, Mr. Green, she responded with a perfect smile, guiding them to the front window seat. Over the past 3 years, Elizabeth had built trust relationships with many regular customers as the face of the restaurant. Her memory was phenomenal, not just names, but also preferred seats, allergy information, anniversaries, and
What I've got left to do here, I can't do yet.
However, there was no reaction from her family, who should have been watching her success most closely. Elizabeth occasionally secretly peeked at her mother's Facebook. There were many posts boasting about Jessica's achievements at medical school, but not a word about her. She didn't contact her family. No phone calls to report her success, no boastful emails. She was quietly walking her own path, believing that someday they would recognize her work, and that day came sooner than expected. At the end of summer, nearly a year after this photo, her assistant approached her. "There's a phone call for you. It's from your mother." Elizabeth froze for a moment. Then she took a deep breath and picked up the receiver. "Hello, Mom." Her voice was surprising. "What's up, Lizzie?" On the other end of the phone, Diane's voice was trembling. Elizabeth smiled quietly. Somehow she had sensed there was more than now. "What's wrong?" she asked again. "Jessica, something terrible has happened." Diane's face was on the verge of tears. "Listen, I do need you to hear about it." Elizabeth looked down at her schedule. The following week was busy with new paper development, but she had been living for this moment. "All right," she answered. "Tomorrow at 2 p.m. at my restaurant." When Elizabeth hung up the phone, her heart was filled with a sense of victory and, at the same time, a strange tranquility. The moment she had loved her others, Elizabeth's was usually reserved for important customers or business meetings. Today it was prepared for special guests. At exactly 2 p.m., a uniformed hostess escorted Diane, Richard, and Jessica to the restaurant. All three had obvious tension on their faces. Jessica, in particular, was pale, with dark circles of fatigue under her eyes. Elizabeth stood up and gave a formal greeting. However, her eyes were fixed on Jessica. Jessica's usual confidence had vanished. "Would you like something to drink first?" Elizabeth calmly suggested. "How about wine? Our new Italian Pinot Grigio is made with rare grapes." "Just water, please," Richard answered in a stiff voice. Elizabeth signaled to the staff, and glasses of water were placed in front of the three. "Your restaurant is wonderful," Diane said in a nervous voice. "I had no idea you were so successful." "Yes, thankfully," Elizabeth smiled. "I was even featured on the cover of a local business magazine, but I guess you didn't see it." An uncomfortable silence followed.
Gliding range 29.
"The situation's serious. Dad, I haven't been treated as a family member for years." Elizabeth calmly pointed out. "Strange to some in your family that that's not true," Diane argued. "You've always been our healthy." Elizabeth raised her eyebrow. "Those photos were of the best of a talented daughter." The silence fell again. Finally, Jessica started. Her voice was trembling. "If I need to tear each one, I'm listening," Elizabeth said in a neutral tone. "Neither cold nor warm." Jessica looked at her parents. An intimidating yes. During the medical school training, I administered the patient's prescription. It was a serious error. The patient's condition temporarily worsened, but their life wasn't in danger. "Is that all?" Elizabeth asked. "No." Tears welled up in Jessica's eyes. After that, I took the story. I posted information about that patient on social media, intending to talk to a friend. What? Elizabeth shook his face at her story. "It's a privacy violation," Diane said, catching her breath. "She's being sued by the University of Boston. Into my mother's lawyers were trying to get the patient was a relative of the city military, being asked over $100,000 in settlement money. And," Diane said with a trembling voice, "Jessica has been suspended from medical school for possible expulsion." Elizabeth took a sip of water on the table to gather her thoughts. "So, what do you think?" she asked quietly. Diane answered frankly. "The retired people can't come up with $500,000 out of my work with our houses collateral, but was rejected due to age and income status." Richard's shoulders drooped. "Richard, is he?" Elizabeth laughed softly. "You're asking the daughter who was investigated. Is it? Yes." Diane reached out and pulled her. "I'm sorry for your past. I never meant to hurt you." Elizabeth's voice was husky. "You've stolen my college dream, but now you're following up." "Sis," Jessica said with tears, "I'm truly sorry. I won't take back everything I said." Seeing your success, I was very jealous. "Jealous?" Elizabeth asked curiously. "You're a genius, Jessica. A talented daughter, loved by your parents and given everything, but now I'm about to lose everything." Jessica sobbed. "My dream of becoming a doctor. My future." Elizabeth stood up and gazed out the window. In front of the restaurant, staff were smiling as they greeted customers. The world she had built through hard work. "Then the day would come when you would leave me," she said quietly. "How ironic." She returned to her seat and looked at the three with a serious expression. $500,000 I could afford it, she said. "But I won't give it for nothing." "We'll accept any conditions," Richard hastily said. "Just name them." Elizabeth slowly raised her face and looked into the eyes of each panel member. "I'll set the conditions if you accept them. I'll provide the money." At the end, their breath stared at her. In Elizabeth's eyes, there was no trace of the girl 7 years ago. What stood there was a woman who worked and carved out her
Last night, hundreds of drivers have been arrested for DUI by this.
My grandmother, years ago, my fiance left me at the altar in front of 140 guests because I never know. Last spring, his company filed for bankruptcy, and the only investor position to save it was the silent partner inventory.
I did the Moogle. Alright.
I had spent 4 months learning a first dance and rehearsing vows, and choosing between two nearly identical shades of ivory napkin. Announces your insufficiency. Waiting for somebody to tell me whether the song was over. It was over. I want to be precise about what happened, because for years afterward, people who weren't there told versions of it.
Number 2 should be right over here.
And I
So to the southwest of here, that would be... northeast, southwest. And I guess I want to go here. The southwest of the place. Alright. Pokeballs out. God damn it. Okay, so there's 22. let's see. So it's saying 29 should be up here. Actually, should be up in that area. Looks like it's right there. No, right here. Give or take. Says start to 6. 6 is way the fuck down here. 6 to 14. That looks like 14 to 17. '17 should be up here. And 17 is going to be across the way. So my next goal should be right here. Except it leads me to 7. That led me all the way the fuck back here. That just led me back to 8. Okay, that's 11. Fighting range number 12. Number 13. This should be 14. There's no gliding range that way. Okay, so hopefully 16 can straight shot me to 17. training course. Not what I'm looking for. No, that has taken me way too far away from where I need to go. 15 won't take me anywhere. She could probably take me to 17, but where the fuck is that gonna get me? That just gets me to this spot, and there's really just nothing there. Number 4. Ideally, I should be able to use that, I would think. This. Oh. But that seems to be too far away from anything. there's that. That gets me over there. It just doesn't fucking get me where I need to go. Damn it. So 32 is I think. Almost seems like 32 right there, but it's not. It's actually right here. Number 5 should be right there. Gonna get much of anywhere going that way. Should be number 31 over here. That's 31. So that doesn't get me any fucking where. there is nothing in that area. Pokeballs out. This is always where I end up getting fucked up, because that doesn't fucking lead, like, I take that there is nothing on the other side for a glide. I come up here. No glide there. Brings me to 16. Which I could take to 17, but that's not really going to lead me much of anywhere. There's not much to do with 17. Seriously, just, oh, this is pissing me off. Hang on, I'll be back. Coffee, bathroom. gotta figure this fucking thing out.
Petra. You humiliated your sister in front of your grandfather. Sabrina, you could have come to me first. Mom, again, he's old. He doesn't understand how money works now. Sabrina, you're ruining my business. Unknown number. We'd like to confirm cancellation of wire to Sabrina Social LLC. Amber, I've always said your mother was too generous with her money. Cousin Mark, good for you. Don't tell anyone I said that. I muted everyone except Granddad, my boss, and the warehouse crew chat where we post pictures This isn't a scene. It's a line. We left with nothing signed and everything different anyway. 2 days later, a transfer struck my new account labeled partial restitution. It was from Granddad, not Serena. He texted, "Show me, baby. You're not mine. No collector. You're my grandson." I cried on my kitchen floor for 10 minutes into a towel, like a person in a movie. Finally, let's go with their job. It got easier because I wasn't carrying 2 jobs in my head. I still had 3 jobs. On paper, but the weight shifted. I said no to an extra shift, and my boss didn't fire me. I bought new boots because once made my feet ache. I took a breath, and it didn't have numbers in it. There were still late-night texts. There were still road chat hurricanes. There were still relatives and phone gossip. It was a sport, but there was also a locker in my brain that had a door now. It said, "It's been 5 weeks. The professional administrator is in place. Emails come to me with my name on it, and meet me. The monthly isn't automatic. I asked the Granddad to pause it. While I decide what kind of person I am when I'm not hustling to stand still. The principal sits where it's supposed to, behind a process, not under a sister's cursor. Soria and I exchange necessary texts about mom and holidays. Sometimes she fires a flare. You make me look bad. I don't look at it. Mom sends me sunsets and articles about forgiveness like coupons. I love them. I don't click. I wrote 5 lines and taped them inside my kitchen cabinet where the coffee lives. I don't send money I can't afford never to see again. I don't let household means you can have my name. I don't explain math to people who are from magic. I don't answer money, questions by phone, email, or nothing. I don't apologize for locks on doors that should have had locks on them. I read them out loud when I make eggs. It feels silly and strong in equal measures. Granddad came by the other day with a bag of bolts and a look. We fixed 3 wobbly chairs and 1 wobbly thing. Between us, he said, "I wanted you to have options, not obligations." I said, "I wanted that too." He put his hand on the table and tapped twice, the way he does when he's finished a job. "Good," he said. "If you want a moral, it's boring and it works. Don't pay for the story where you are the villain and the sponsor. Don't call a pipeline A. Misunderstand it. Don't let a banner that says family cover or receipts drawer. Build a fence. Keep a door. Use both. This isn't about payback. This is about closure. I'm starting a studio. Love the names.
And I thought Gonzaga was hard to get around, but at least with a little bit of help to figure out where to go to get to the areas I want to get to, it's not so bad. But fuck it, Cosmo Canyon. Honestly, I will be kind of glad to get away from this. but it is that time of the night. I'm gonna raid out. Just gotta find a target. Alright, that one will work. Excellent. Alright, so be good to yourselves, each other, the planet, everything else. Have fun. Stay the fuck out of trouble. Exercise your rights, responsibilities, privileges, and or duties of wherever you happen to be from. As viewers, show that love and respect to the streamers that you watch, alright? We really do appreciate it. It 100% means everything. And it makes this job worthwhile. Now, as streamers, show that same love and respect to your viewers, because while we could do this job without them, it wouldn't be any fun, and frankly, what the fuck would be the point? Alright, this is your immortal Sith Emperor signing out, saying I will see you motherfuckers back on here on Tuesday. Alright? Later.